Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome in. What are we doing today? What did we do on Tuesday? Tuesday was a little bit of bug fixing. We did get an upgrade to our vanadium pentoxide build done. That's necessary for, I think, super steel when all is said and done. This system is, well, not running right now. I see a lot of red dots, but it's not running because we're not getting arthropod blood. And that's expected because we're still waiting on the Dilmo upgrade. Tech. That tech isn't running. We are making PySci 3 again. It's just going to be a while until there's a delivery of PySci 3. I think what I might do is just hand deliver this science over to the labs, because I'm standing right up here anyway. There I am. And, like, we really are going to need that tech sooner than later, so we may as well get it hand-delivered. Do I have anything ready to go for builds? That's the upgrade. That's waiting on... coated containers. Sorry, I had a brain fart. And this is the Dilmo food, which we can't do. We unlock the food with the stage 2 Dilmos, so we need this tech. I can keep working towards super steel. It's just not gonna run super well if I don't have the vanadium for it. But I absolutely could keep working towards, if we pop into YAFC real quick, and I get my Alt-Tab order right. Yeah, we've still got cobalt oxide to do. We've got to scale up normal stainless. And we already scaled up nickel a little bit for this. We might need to scale up chromium. I didn't look into that, the state of our chromium situation. Oh, and apologies. I'm going to try to mute when I have to sneeze and stuff, but my allergies are just wrecking me this week, so there's going to be some sniffly noises every once in a while, and I'm sorry about that. I am just a very sniffly Brandon this week. Anyway, we should double check things like chromium, but I think otherwise we can upgrade our stainless production, and we can do the super steel build. It's just not necessarily going to be running well until we have the Dilmos for the sweet, sweet arthropod blood. Outside of that, I mean, that's as far ahead as we have planned, right? Is once we have enough coated containers, I can do the fuel rod build real quick. We can do the Bodos upgrade. And we're just waiting on the tech for the Dilmo, and we're waiting on tech to rebuild our Yotoi seeds with the upgraded Yotoi recipe. Which is why I am hand-delivering this science. Let's see, I think we can just go right across here. Super steel is my current kind of target. Once we have super steel, we can start evaluating what are the next things that we want to work on towards blue chips and blue mech parts. What I'm choosing to call blue mech parts. Mark III. The Mark II are red, just like red circuits, so I don't know. Science is north. I think it was this turn. No, I'm at Augs, so I want the upcoming turn. Sorry. Right here. I thought I had gone a little bit further west than I had actually gone. So, if we go ahead and throw this in... Yeah, now we're turning the labs on. Except we're not getting any... This seems to have done the thing that they do sometimes, where when there's low demand, this setup struggles every once in a while. Alright, it does seem like it's getting... Because, like, this is set to what? Yeah, less than 1. And yet we have these, like, every other item on the tile. And I'm not quite sure how that manages to happen. I know it has to do with how items can get shifted sometimes inside loading, and they get, like, recompacted in weird orders as things get loaded in. But it is a little funky. But it does look like everything here is turning on now. Yeah, we're running all the labs, I think. Cool. So yeah, this might require a little bit of rethinking as we get into having even more science. But for now, the sushi belt is okay. Cool. Hopefully this won't take too long once it's running. So, what is next to do? We do have coated containers. Well, no, we have advanced coding starting to run. That needs to buffer before the coated containers even start running. And that's 1-to-1. Well, 1-to-1.2. There's prod. So once we do get our first delivery of advanced coding, it'll start making the containers, but it's going to be a hot second before we get that. So I'm not in a rush to do the upgraded fuel cells. So I think we can keep working towards super steel. So let me get the entities for cobalt oxide, for upgraded stainless, and I guess for the super steel itself. Just do all the shopping lists. That was weird. Shopping list. Oh, total buildings. There we go. Somehow I had my YAFC in a weird mode where it was trying to export a subset of the buildings, the empty subset, and it just confused itself. I would have expected that if your shopping list was empty, it would still export the chest with nothing in it. So maybe that's a YAFC bug. Maybe I should file that as a bug. All right, that's our requests for those. We need Dilmo Stage 2, yeah, for the Dilmo Pool Mark IIs. So I cannot yet do the request for the other thing, for the upgraded Dilmos. Unfortunately, we can't just have the have the bots preparing that ahead of time. My question for myself right now is, currently we're at 3 smelters for steel. And this shows me wanting to go up to 5 of them. Plus 2 for ferrochrome. Can we fit this here? I think we can fit this here. I just need to move some things around to make it fit. Like, I think fitting 5 machines in this area is no problem. And yeah, stainless looks backed up, but as soon as we start trying to pull super steel through, we are going to have plenty of demand. Okay, so I can reduce everything in the requests for this by 3. We only need 4 of these guys, and that's only 10 efficiency modules. Right, everything up here is already efficiency moduled, yeah. And then, yeah, a little bit of readjusting over there to fit the new smelters in, and we're also going to start doing the ferrochrome on site instead of shipping that in, because we can, now that we have the better part of a belt of ferrochrome coming in. Yeah, we'll want to do that. And then some of these belts are probably going to have to be upgraded to red belts to handle, like, our total throughput. Weirdly, the copper and niobium is still fine. Phosphate rock is now up to 10 a second. I'm surprised that this is enough phosphate rock just from this. Yeah, because we're at, like, 6 a second. Did this ever work right? Okay, never mind. Not going to worry about that. We'll fix that. And then 2.5 cobalt extract. And a little bit of sulfur. Yeah, these were very low quantity before, and they remain low quantity. So yeah, the big thing is going to be the nickel. This belt, that's currently the nickel and ferrochrome, we're going to have to upgrade to a red belt. We're going to have to readjust some of the positions of our outserters here to make sure that we get enough items coming through. And then it shouldn't be too bad at that point to just tack a couple more machines. I think we can do them right up at the top of this row and just copy and paste everything. I could probably change these pipes out for niobium as well and clean it up a little bit, but might not bother. Might just copy and paste it as is. So that's the stainless steel upgrade. Cobalt oxide is a clean build. It's relatively small. I'm not too worried about it. This is what? Molybdenite on my tracks. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, what is this? Lead. This is legacy infrastructure, and this is off the tracks. We might end up using this lead patch. I'm not going to destroy that one. Eventually, I will probably tear up those old power plants when their contributions to my overall, like, power production is sufficiently minimal. Speaking of contributions to overall power... how is this system doing? That was what I wanted to check. Yeah, no input fluid because we're very low on salt, and that is to be expected. Yeah. So these 3 modules at the end are at 80, 80, 80. This one's only at 30, and then these last 2 aren't turning on at all. So yeah, this is going to struggle to make a reasonable amount of steam right now for these ones to run. What are we at here? 30 there. Pretty much nothing here, nothing here. And that's all coming from this pipe. From this basic oxygen furnace. Which... I could probably try to speed up. But... whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I think I'm going to do the stainless upgrade first. Just get that rebuild of this area done. And especially get it fixed up. Because it's going to be making ferrochrome on site now. And then we can probably do the cobalt oxide potentially near here as well. We've got a bunch of stations available. And then super steel might end up right next to it. So all that stuff will kind of be in the same spot. It's nice sometimes to have things be vaguely organized so that when I need to upgrade a whole processing chain, it's like, oh, all of these things are near each other. I can just do them all together. What do we think? Are we ever going to use this copper? I don't think so. Oh, I probably need Leaching Station Mark II added to the allow list. Indeed. Mark 1 as well. Pumps? Do I not make pumps down here? Maybe not. Make engines. Alright, yeah, I guess I don't make pumps down here. Fascinating. Anyway, where are my leaching stations being made? Here we go. Ooh, pie tanks are also missing. Oh no, we do make those. Okay. It just has to work its way through a few tiers of pie tanks that need to get manufactured. Where's the Mark 1 though? Shouldn't that be being... Ah, no, we had the Mark 1s. I guess we had some in storage. Yeah. I probably set these up in the old mall, and they're just still sitting in storage from when we emptied the old mall. There's still a bunch of random buildings like that I just haven't used that many of. Like, oh look, we've got Jig Concentrator Mark 1s. Someday I'll make 40 more Jig Concentrator Mark 2s and use those all up, but today is not that day. Hydrocyclones? Yeah. So, that's what's going on there. Anything else in my inventory that shouldn't be... I don't think so. I end up with random excess amounts of, you know, old low-tier inserters and things like that when I tear down other builds, but I think we're doing okay. The bots are trying very hard to fill me up on asphalt, as always. That looks good for super steel, but we're not ready to do that until we have the cobalt oxide. Hey, Dilmo's research is done. Okay, let's pull in the shopping list for the Dilmo stuff then. We already have the Dilmo food shopping list, so it's just this one. I don't think I have Dilmos for modules in storage, but just in case we do, I'm going to have this use a big chest so it has a place to put them all. And then I need to add the Dilmo pools to the auto mall allow list. Oh. Already in. Very good. And let's just double check that. Oh! We need a new thing for this. Uh-oh. I didn't realize that. All right. Oh, that's a lot. I don't think this is anything I don't have access to. It's just a lot of stuff. All right. Well, that's going to be a side quest very shortly then. Science has already stopped again. Did we already burn through those science packs, or did we run out of something else? Wait, science is running. No, it's not. Oh, this needs shoot. Well, there's your problem. This needs military science. Okay. All of my plans are a shambles. I need those biochips. I can't do the Yotoi. everything is broken. I've bought Mark II's already researched, right? Yeah. Once I have Super Steel, I can look into getting these guys set up, upgrading our Logibots. That would be cool. At any rate, I need to figure out what I want to just, like, keep running for research while we're waiting. Obviously, I can just do the queue up whatever I haven't done yet list of things. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get better titanium and zinc processing done. I should get a bunch of that stuff researched, because the next time I do need to upgrade titanium or zinc, we're gonna need it. We're waiting for one more leaching station, and then the cobalt build is ready to go. That's blocked on this tank. This tank is blocked on nothing? We're just waiting for the bots to actually make a delivery? Okay. So, yeah, that's gonna affect our plans. We're gonna have to get those neuro whatever chips figured out. These ones. And we're gonna have to get military science set up, because I kind of really need that Yotoi upgrade. So I haven't even looked into what military science is going to take. Presumably we have everything for it, and I just need to stop being lazy and get it done. But okay, I do have a tab for military science. 0.72 a second. Is that ratioed correctly? Let me double check in-game real quick. If we find that Yotoi upgrade again, needs to be ratioed the same as Pi Science 2. And that is Pi Science 2. Okay, this one's 0.8, but I think 0.72 is the correct ratio, and we have this uprated because we need a little extra for something that uses it. Yeah, if Pi Sci 3 is 0.24, then yeah, 3 times that is 0.72. Yes. So I did design this tab for military science. I just didn't build it yet. We need a bunch of zips. That's the perhaps annoying thing, is we need to upgrade zips. Other than that, I think we're fine. Basic substrate, I mean, water on site. It's a lot of lead. Some stone brick. This isn't that bad. I just need to do it. The only thing is the zip ears. If we check our total demand of zip ear eggs, okay, it was 0.56, so we're going to add 1 on top of that, so a little over 1.5. And we're currently producing 1.07. So yeah, we're going to need to increase our zip ear egg production by like 50%. Okay, there is a stage 3 zip ear tech. Can we do that, or does that also require military science? It also requires military science as well as a bunch of other crap. Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that. That's gated behind Tholins. So we do have to do this with our current zips. I mean, it's fine, right? We go up to 1.6 or whatever it is. Um, 1.59, does it like that? Yeah, it's probably fine at 1.6. I don't always trust when it shows 6 here that it isn't actually like 6.01 and it's going to try to do something else silly, but like we can do 2 more repro complexes. About 50% more. How's our stone wool for that? Probably not enough because we also need it for cadaveric arums. 0.34 plus 0.53 is 0.87. We make 0.5. So yeah, this needs... Well, it needs prod modules. It needs... So call it 0.9. Upgrade it to 3. Why are we making steam from coke? I don't know. I think I was trying to save electricity when I designed this. I no longer care about saving electricity. So obviously we will do this with electric boilers with efficiency modules now. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So we got to do this. We got to get this upgrade done. We don't have to touch cadaveric arums. We do have to make more zipper eggs. And then I should probably put the zippers... Do I need to put the zippers on rails, or do we just do them on site for military science and call it a day? Oh, this is also set to Zip Ear Mark II. Surely that's not a thing that I currently have. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, and yeah, we can upgrade the zipper eggs to Zip Ear Mark IIs instead. Yeah, and then we can stick at the existing 4 complexes. Whatever it's going to be. 1.8 a second or something. That's real close. Sure, 1.9. 2 was too many. It was over 4. All right. So yeah, if we want to upgrade this to Zipper Mark IIs and use Zipper Mark IIs here, then we have to set up a Zipper Mark II breeder. So we'll set up a Zip 2 breeder. Let's see if we can set up a Zip Ear Mark II breeder. I'm concerned that we're not going to be able to, but... Oop, too far. There we go. And then we need this. which it's like 0, but that's a lie. I guess I could speed module this. Why not? Go from 0.005 to 0.007. So what do we need to try to make this happen? Yeah, so the initial feedstock, we're going to have to run this until we get one. This needs a zipper as an input. Why isn't this... Oh, this shows itself as being fully self-contained. Yeah, so I just need to, like, set fixed building count, and then it'll figure itself out. All right, and then this needs some zip mark 1s that I don't even have yet, which is, I mean, we can use the weakest, crummiest recipe, right? Boy, that pulls a lot of stone wool for just for the breeder. Can I use artificial reef Mark IIs? Maybe. Well, I think this is what we have to build. That's going to be zip Mark 1s, not Mark 2s. That's a lot of artificial reefs. Can we do the artificial reef Mark 2s? Yes? Those look fine. Okay, so we can at least do the Mark II buildings. But yeah, if we want to keep this down... I mean, we could use zip Mark 1s in science and ignore it, but, like, that's 20 buildings. And we need to be able to upgrade the zipper eggs anyway. So my inclination is to just get the breeder done and let it happen. All right, we're pivoting away from steel. Friendship ended with steel. Zippers are my new best friend. Water pumping. What else do we need here? Pressure pump. Ooh, that is a lot of... That is just on the edge of what one pump can do. But it is indeed within what one pump can do. Bioscaffold, I think I have to check. Oh, we're not making resveratrol yet. That's going to be a thing. And the compiled Zapier codex. Do we do this on site? I mean, I guess we do it on site. Because, like, we can just ship these 5 things in to one station. They're all in very low quantities. And then just have these 2 machines be direct fed, spit out the codexes to this machine, and then let it try to run. I mean, I can also downgrade You know, we can scale this like this if we want to, right? Slows the whole thing down by quite a bit. 1% of its speed, basically, before we get our first. Once this machine runs once, it runs forever. And the bioprinter go burr. It's just a matter of getting it to run once, and is like 32 micro zips a second gonna be enough to get it to run once? Or do we really want to scale this up a little bit more? You know, we can go with maybe 3 of these. $30 would get us to almost 1 millizip a second. But yeah, it's really a matter of like how much do I want to scale this other infrastructure, right? You know, we can scale to 1 repro complex making eggs. Maybe that's the right thing to do. But we also can just ship in our eggs. But until we upgrade this, we're already using too many zip eggs. So I'd really rather not necessarily ship in. Oh, did that look like zip egg 2 is just not ridiculous, though? Oh, yeah, that's so much better. All right, so yeah, if we do 1 machine here. I mean, yeah, we can use the better recipes, right? That's absolutely, there we go. That's better. If we use the better recipes. Zipper egg 2 and zipper 3. We have to take in a little bit of basic substrate. A lot of basic substrate this uses, actually. Bioscaffold, we make 0.2 a second. This wants 0.03. That's fine. A small fraction of what we're making. Assuming we actually can make it, which is a different problem. Hopefully we have enough chitin. I think bioscaffold is what uses ultimately chitin, right? Yeah, it needs a lot of chitin. Alright, that could be sketchy. And then what else? Resveratrol. That's a new build. Oh, well. For the most part, this seems okay. You have to do Yotoi on site, which is always a little bit annoying, but like... not in large quantities, so I think we can probably even ship in the gravel and be okay. Alright, so we gotta make resveratrol, and then we can figure out the zip2 breeder. We have to upgrade stone wool. We can't upgrade zipper eggs without this. And then we will finally be able to do military science because we'll be able to do the zippers at a reasonable scale. Okay. That's not too bad. Yeah, Zip 2 is here. I'm surprised that I haven't ended up making resveratrol yet, but apparently we just haven't needed it. Used in Dilmo Stage 3. Alright. We're not there yet. Alright, what does that mean for us right now? I can still do all this stuff, and I think I will, because we're going to need some time for the mall to catch up on all of these builds that we need to do. And let's clean out some of these unused requests. All right, so cobalt oxide we're ready with. Stainless we're ready to do the upgrade on. Super steel, we can do it. Again, it's not going to run right because we have some tech tree dependencies there. But we can at least get it built. And we should be able to clear cobalt oxide, stainless steel, and super steel out of the list here. This can go. So, stainless here. This belt is going to change. Because we're going to need like 12.5 nickel a second. I don't know. We'll say 5. And then that is going to have to be on a red belt. With the other side of the red belt will still be that ferrochrome, but we're no longer going to be requesting ferrochrome. Yay. And then copper and niobium are going to be 5 a second each, so I think these... we just do that. And the phosphate rock is 10 a second, and I just don't know what I was thinking with only one inserter here. Actually, that's a lot of inserter capacity that it needs. I don't think I need that there. I think we can get away with this. I'm gonna shuffle some things around here. We'll do this here. Like that. And then these guys. Actually, let's do this slightly differently. I changed my mind again. Do the copper like that. We'll do this here. We'll do this old thing. And that way, if I need to expand the nickel plate a little bit more, I still can. And then we can take this phosphate. And really screw it up. Oh, and at 10 a second, this actually really needs to be on both sides of the belt, doesn't it? Let's reshuffle this a little bit more then. I mean, it really wants to be there. You think I missed a plate? Did I? Uh-oh. Oh, yep, there it is. Good catch. Does that work? That works. I could do this without this needing to be an underground, though, if I wanted to be a little less silly with my belt routing. Do I want to redo some of this? Yeah, let's just adjust it. Let's just adjust it. It'll look better. There we go. I think that's what I need. Close enough. How's the pack so far? I have really, really been enjoying Pi as a pack. It is very much my cup of tea. It seems... oh, it's definitely a lot. It requires, more than anything, just a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to, like, take your time and make sure that you understand your actual resource demands. You know, It's much harder to get away with, like, I'm just going to copy and paste a whole iron setup somewhere and have more iron like you can do in the base game. You kind of have to plan ahead. But it also does a really good job, though, of, like, giving you the tools to manage that. Like, by the time you really need more iron, you have unlocked new techs for iron processing, so you can take better advantage of what you have access to. All right. All of this ferrochrome. Hey, it all fit in the machines. Excellent. That's what I wanted to see. Let's see. What are our input amounts? 12.5 nickel, 10 phosphate rock, 5 of the other two. Can we do just like 60, 30, 30, 60? That's too much, isn't it? That's 180. This only has 160 slots. Yeah. So bring that one down to 40, 30, 30, 40, 60. Yeah, sure. That's close enough. Now, I gotta figure out the... What is petroleum? Oh, that's fuel, isn't it? This is running off of... Oh, yeah, it's just still running off the old fuel system. That's fine. This is gonna need a little cleanup, because I have to get another fluid in here. All right, molten chromium. And where's going to be the best place to actually do the on-site ferrochrome? Got pipes coming through this whole area that I'm not excited to try to replace. So I wonder if we just do it right here. Because it's just a couple of smelters. We've already got... Yes. We've already got our sand castings coming this way. So if we say we do this thing... And then you and... sand castings. And then I am using a few other things besides just the base Pi mod pack. I have CyberSyn for rail management. And just a bunch of random quality of life stuff. All the usual quality of life stuff, right? Far reach and some other things. Far reach, squeak through. Now I don't even remember. What else have I got? Oh, Disco Science, the most important mod, Disco Science. Nixie tubes, which I've used a couple of times. Milestones, because they tickle my neurons. But I think I have configurable valves, but I think Pi includes reasonable configurable valves again. This was a stopgap at sort of the 2.0 transition. Otherwise, I think most of what I have is just random QOL stuff. Nothing that deeply changes gameplay. All right, this is making ferrochrome from molten. Oh, gross. The fuel and the... Okay. Sometimes I think Pi hates me. So that'll go there. That will go there. And then fuel also comes in on the same side for some godforsaken reason. And then I guess we'll do... input and output on this side. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get some water while the ad runs. I will see everyone in just a couple of minutes. I appreciate folks sticking around. Welcome back, everybody. Where was I? We are hooking up these smelters that are making the ferrochrome for our stainless steel. That is the plan. So each of these makes... Wait a second, really? Oh, we only need 1.5 of them running? Okay, that's why I was like, that's a lot. It is still the better part of a belt, though. All right. So we're going to need about 15 a second of, well, a little bit less, right? 12 and a half a second? 12 and a half a second. That is that part, and then we also need an input on each of these, which... And this is going to be for the sand castings. And then at this end, we just have to hook up the iron and the chromium. Which is... This is iron, right? Yeah, that's iron. This is going to be chromium. No, let's do it like this. We'll sort of split the difference. There we go. And fuel. And fuel is right somewhere around here. This pipe. Let's just take it from here, because I don't have to use the same pipe type. That all looks good. They just need power. Perfect. So that'll be the ferrochrome then. And that should be stainless upgraded. I think I've got all my, like, inserter numbers correct and everything everywhere. I think I upgraded the right belts in the right places. Yeah, these are both going to back up slightly because they're each dumping onto half a belt, right? And there's only so much they can do about that. But again, we're only running like 1.5 of those in total, so... Sweet. That is one thing done. I just want to make sure that this looks like it's going to side load right. You can usually get away with this, right? So... yeah, that's fine. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Occasional blip, actually, but I think that'll be fine because we don't need the full 15 a second. We only need 12 and a half. Cool. That is stainless running again. I'm keeping it at 1 casting machine for the solid stainless, because it's just more molten that we're going to need for super steel. So, yeah, and this is going to back up pretty quickly initially, because again, I have no idea what that bot just did. So, next step, cobalt oxide for the super steel. This is 4 stations. That's kind of obnoxious. And the super steel is going to be what? Yeah, we've got like 7 solid inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, 8 solid inputs. Okay, so that's 2 stations just for inputs. Plus fluid in. And this is a new build, so we're not going to be using the funky sushi fuel. We're just on fuel oil now. So that goes in with the rest of the fluids, which is nice. So 2 solid inputs, 1 fluid input, 1 fluid output. I'm assuming we're going to need molten super steel later on. Yeah, Shaft Mark III. So yes, 1 fluid output and 1 solid output. So 5 stations here and 4 here. 9 in total for the 2 of them. And I'm assuming that I'm going to want to grow super steel eventually. Like, presumably we're going to start using this in everything. Oh, yeah. It's in everything. All right. Okay. So then maybe we don't want to try to do this here. Maybe we want to find a different spot. Because, like, I could squeeze cobalt in right here. We do have space for 4 stations, but it's kind of an awkward path. Do we have some spaces over here that opened up? Oh, yeah, we do. Look at all this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another, like, 6 here. Yeah, we got space here. All right, let's do it over here then. We'll squeeze it in where we've got leftover shenanigans. What is going on here, by the way? Wax and Arcot honey. Yeah, okay. So we have some of our outputs from bees. I probably should have extended these stations instead of dragging stuff all the way across here. Because, like, all of this space is wasted. But that's fine. We have enough space to work there, so that's what matters. And we're here. So I think I'm going to do cobalt here, where I have 4 stations, although I could probably fit 5 stations here. These are just weirdly spaced, but we're going to accept... We're going to accept what we have here, and we're going to do it symmetric. And it's going to be funky, and that's okay. Wait, was this not symmetric before? Lol, it wasn't symmetric before. Okay, never mind. We're going to redo everything. Really tempting to redo the stuff on the B side as well. Pump everything out and, I mean, I can do that, can't I? Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's pump everything out, and we'll, we can redo all of our stations on this side to be a little bit less terrible. So our total here, 35K in total? 35K in total. All right. Well, we'll put 2 of these in. And then this one is going to be a little more annoying to empty just because there's a lot more stuff in it. I think that's enough space. I was not planning to do this, but these stations wasting so much space is annoying me, so we're going to fix it. I think these are positioned weird because I used to have, like, some funky, longer pathing for some train stacking around... There used to be an iron build here. So that's what is going on with that. That is why it's weird here. Take this opportunity to also... These ones can go. This one can go. Well, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, is that fine? This might be too far north. I don't think a train can come from this path into here. Look at those tracks. Okay, so I have to move this one too. Also, I'm not making bees? Question mark? God, what broke this time? We're out of natural gas barrels. What? Are we out of natural gas? Why are we out of natural gas? We're backed up on refined syngas. That should never happen. But still, this should be trying to avoid this. Okay. Something is screwy there. That's less than ideal. Deal with it later. I'm glad I caught it, because otherwise I'd be wondering in, you know, another couple of hours why all my bees are broken. But we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with natural gas for sure. Is this all emptied out? This is all emptied out on this one. Honey all emptied out. Honey looks all emptied out. All right, let us rebuild all of these stations in a less bad way. All right, solid pickup. First things first needs to be, yeah, because this was like all the way up here. It needs to be, I think here is fine, but here is better. I like to leave like one proper vertical tile that they connect to, yeah, before they try to touch each other. I believe that is the right way. If we're rebuilding them anyway, we're not moving down on... That is true. I could reroute everything and extend this path. I probably should do that. You're right. I should do it all the way. I did say that that's what I should have done. I was mostly just trying to fix the asymmetry so that it wouldn't be super wonky when I put in the rest of the stations on the right-hand side of this. But yep, let's just add a couple more stations down here. That's just as really is the right fix. This belt, I think I need to shift a little further north because it's going to be in the way of stuff. There should be fine. We will find out. All right, there we go. There are our new stations where they should be. And I think what I should do here is just hook up pumps in this direction. Of course, doesn't quite reach. How close does it get? Oh, it's like one tile away. Fine. And then same thing for the wax. And then when I hook these up at the other end, they will... These will drain as the rest of the system gets drained. At least that's the theory. Okay, so up here, we've got our bees out. Bees out, come right here. And then we have honey, which is this pipe. Yeah, that's the honey out. Actually, just do this. And then we'll take the overflow that way. All right, and then make sure that this is pumping out again. It is. And we'll do the same thing with the wax. Yeah, wax is also an overflow. Again, if we pump out. Cool. I think I make wax somewhere, like specifically. Yeah, I do. So I want the wax up here, I think, to be flagged as high priority, because this is just a byproduct of this system running, and it'll back up if we can't recycle it. Is the same true with honey? Did I ever make a dedicated Arcot honey build? No, it's just the wax build, I think. Okay. So wax is high priority, honey is not. That's fine. I believe that to be true. Cool. I think that part is good. Yeah. And then... yeah, the wax is fine. Honey's also fine if it fills up. Yeah, and it is basically filled up, which is going to make emptying this segment mildly annoying. I guess I would want to, like, put a top up on this so that this doesn't try to empty. Yeah. All right. And then we do still, unfortunately, have these sitting here until they have a chance to fully drain, but whatever. I've had worse temporary infrastructure around my base. So we'll get back to work on what we were working on. So cobalt oxide needs a solid input, a fluid input, a solid output, and a fluid output. And then super steel. Actually, do we do super steel here? Maybe we do super steel first, and then cobalt oxide over on this one. It probably doesn't matter. So for cobalt oxide, I need lime and I need cobalt extract. And that can start. Sulfuric acid and syngas. Okay. So, just way overkill on how many inserters we have, but then I don't have to upgrade them later. Let's see. 2 leaching stations. Doing cobalt sulfate. These are, yeah, 0.6 and 0.6, so I think just 1 inserter each is plenty. The output of that goes to, I mean, more leaching stations, obviously. .6 a second. To do the clean cobalt sulfate. There we go. That's why their ratios don't ratio, because we've got prod in all of them. And these are going to bring in the sulfuric acid, which is fine. Let's actually go, well, no, that one can stay. That there, and that there. All right. Sulfuric acid hookup. And then the last step is just with water, and that's 2 leaching stations. To do cobalt oxide. Of course. Why would it be easy? Actually, 1.5 each. Use these inserters. Output is also 1.5 each. And then we need water in. Yeah, it's fine to do it this way. And then what? My inserter hand size, I think I just have 1 bonus. If I can find one that was for everything else. Yeah, it's 2. Do any of these ever go again? Yeah, there we go. Not for a while. So yeah, 1.5 items a second. Yellow inserters are fine. Gray inserters will not be good enough. Is it 0.8 times 2? In my head, I round them to like 0.5. But yeah, you could maybe squeeze in grays there. I guess. Yeah, if it's closer to 0.8, then you could squeeze in a gray. The reality is that it is not... There's really no reason for me to ever be using anything but blues at this point. Like, I have more than enough power. I have more than enough resources to manufacture them. spending time thinking about which inserter to use is a waste of time. For some reason, I still do it, and I really don't know why. We are blocked on sulfuric acid. Okay. I think I saw this the other day, and it's just that, like, sulfuric acid is going as fast as it can. Yep, we have plenty of acid gas. More on the way. These guys just can't pump it out fast enough. So I might just need another column of chemical plants. What is that? 8 chemical plants with 16 modules. Wait, I can do this, right? And then this? Yeah. And then we'll call you sulfuric column. And then up here... We're not going to talk about my spelling. And then we'll do a pickup station for the cobalt out. Sorry, I was almost done with this, and then I got a little bit distracted there. And what's our total output of this thing? A little bit less than 3. This says 1 a second. How is that? Oh, these aren't... Well, guess what? We definitely can use... Why am I short on prod modules? That's weird. They must have been one of the things that my bots dropped off somewhere was prod modules. Maybe I didn't have prod modules for part of this when I ran it. Also, train is stuck. Train is stuck because I'm an idiot. Excellent. Love to see it. How stuck is this train? This train is very stuck. Did I also screw up the hot air connection? I did screw up the hot air connection. Okay. Well, we gotta grab those extra 2 prod modules. So let's just add those to the requests here. And then we'll go fix the issues up at stainless. We will grab that upgrade for sulfuric acid as well as the prod modules for cobalt. We can drop off the cobalt modules, do the sulfuric upgrade, and then do the super steel build. And that way I think we're just doing kind of one trip to the northeast of the base and then heading back to the sort of central area where I'm doing those builds. So, things to fix. 1, hot air. Which is gonna turn these guys on, but I doubt these are gonna move enough ferrochrome. Yeah, this is gonna use iron faster than the chromium. Ugh. All right. And this is where we just do this. And then we pump it back in. And that should be fine. And I can just delete that whenever I notice that it's there and it's empty. And this is now actually hooked up, so Cybersyn will know that we do not, in fact, need more chrome here. This is what happens when I go off script and I start making bespoke modifications to my train stations instead of using blueprints. Do I have any other... I think this is the recipe I'm using. Which, like... Health loss. Thank you so much for the follow. I probably can make peroxide well enough that we could do this recipe, but I have plenty of acid gas to burn through, so, like, whatever, we'll just do this. Yeah, there's really no other better recipes than these two kind of basic ones. Either the sulfur and peroxide or just acid gas and water. Okay. Why don't we have... Ooh, did I not... Oh, no. Those need... That's right. We're not making those because we don't have neuromorphic chips. I remember now. What? I haven't even looked at that yet. All right. Let's head down. Let's do... Do I want to upgrade these? Yes. Let's upgrade sulfuric first. And then I'll go back and I'll finish up cobalt, and we'll start on super steel over there. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go up around this way. Coming around this way because if I don't do this now, I'm going to forget. Boom. Thank you again for the follow. I really appreciate it. As always, if there's anyone who thinks they should be on the Wall of Fame who is not, just let me know if I was playing a different game or if I missed a notification. Always happy to fix it. All right. Next is sulfuric acid upgrade. This is just a copy and paste to scale up, so hopefully will be quick and easy. We might need to increase some of the buffers around sulfuric acid again. Don't think so. It seems like acid gas is always, like, acid gas input is generally keeping up, so it doesn't feel like we would need to. Why are those different? Left, right. Ah, okay, yeah, let's copy the one from that other column then. We will keep up the pattern. My sort of pattern of outer inner here. That was a cut instead of copy. Wait, no, I just did it wrong. Needs to be like this. Oh, I literally just don't have this version. Okay. What if we do this? And then this. And then, like, that? Hey, there we go. So now if I take this, that is still wrong. Why? Because that's outer to outer. Right, and now this one's inner to inner, which means we all need to be over a little bit more. All right. And then how much water does all of this use? 800. Well, within one pump. Yeah. All right. That is 33% more sulfuric acid. Just like that. We will see if that is enough for this to start catching up with demand. I think I can scale that up quite a bit more if I really need to. Maybe not in that spot specifically, but in general. And then this is tailings out. Yeah, let me find a tailings out that I can copy from. Cool. So that is cobalt oxide as soon as it can get a delivery of sulfuric acid. How badly screwed up is my sulfuric acid delivery right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places want deliveries. So we could stand to have more, that's for sure. Did I manage to get natural gas turned back on by prioritizing this output? I did not. And that worries me that we are making way too much refined syngas, potentially. Yeah. Yeah, we have 2 high priority stations. I think it did just pull from this one, briefly. Yeah. But that's not going to be enough to make a serious dent in our natural gas. Funnily enough, that's this. Yesterday I was looking at changing this, and I think the way I was going to change it would have meant that it no longer outputs refined syngas. I decided I didn't need to do that. I went a different route. But maybe I should do it anyway, if it reduces our refined syngas byproduct creation. Or I just need to find something to do with refined syngas. New alloy. This will use some. Acid gas. We already do this sometimes, but only when we need acid gas. Glass fibers. Interesting. Plastic bars from nylon and refined syngas. Well, yeah, nothing really jumps out other than just burning it. Oh, cool. Cobalt oxide is running. Excellent. So yeah, this makes, at most, it's a little less than 1.5. So, there you go. Cobalt oxide is done. Super steel. 5 more stations. Which I think will all fit along this run here. Ooh, and this emptied. Excellent. And then this doesn't have to be a top-up anymore. It can just be hooked right up. Do I have... I don't have anything that's named Void Wax. Okay. I will have to keep an eye on that. Oh, this is running again. Excellent. Excellent. It is going to take a little while, I think. Well, no, it should be okay. Because this is fully... This buffer's full. Yeah, and we have a pretty good buffer of the babies, the nests, whatever the heck they're called. So we might not need... This might not need to sit around and buffer for very long, is what I'm trying to get at. I think we can just start outputting bees right away. Well, no. This is going to have to fill up. I think this has to fill up with eggs again. Otherwise, it's consuming extra bees to keep the loop closed. Yeah, but some are trickling out. So we are making bees again. Okay. Good, good, good. So Super Steel. Super Steel has, it looks like, really 2 solid inputs. And then multiple outputs. I want to be careful when I do this. I do want to leave room to extend this cobalt processing, although it looks like I have space to extend it north. We can probably, triple this without too much effort? Yeah. Okay. It is ad break o'clock again. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to step away and get some water while the ad runs. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I know the ads are no fun. If I could turn them off entirely, I would. All I can do is kind of control whether or not there are pre-rolls versus hourly breaks. And I prefer the hourly breaks because it means that I can make sure nobody misses anything by timing my own breaks with the ads. Okay. For Super Steel, we got to start bringing in a bunch of stuff. Titanium here. Vanadium pentoxide, which we expect to not really have enough of. Silicon. Hey, worker cargo size! This just hugely improved the efficiency of my auto mall with one tech. And the cobalt oxide that we just made. Yes, it's being made right next door, but we put it on rails on purpose. That really actually should help the auto mall a lot. Like, when I have large amounts of crafts, we're very limited by how quickly the bots can get things to the crafting modules. So getting cargo size is really gonna improve the handling here. All right. Yeah, all of that can come in here. That's fine. I just realized we're using 4 titanium plate a second just on super steel, and I wonder how much titanium capacity I really have right now. Okay, so like 20 plate a second is what I'm making as plate. We're not outputting molten titanium yet. Okay. We might be fine, but I suspect that we will need... That's wrong. I don't think these can get to 1,000, but that's fine. We might need to upgrade titanium shortly. Maybe not right away, but probably before we hit our next science pack. We do have titanium 3. Yeah, that I... This is a previous tier tech, even. I just didn't need it yet, so... Just letting the, Since we were running low on PySci 3 for a little while, I can just let other techs that don't need PySci 3 run while we sort of rebuffer the PySci 3 packs. And then once we figure out the next things that we actually want to research moving forward, we'll reprioritize. Don't really love that. We're going to have to do something about this radar. It's in an awkward place. This probably needs to allow more trains. Not that it matters, because we're just limited by how much sulfuric acid the base is producing right now. We are making the cobalt oxide at a reasonable clip. But are we still very busy in the sulfuric oxide factory? Sulfuric oxide? Sulfuric acid. Yes, and also I should just do that, because... Yeah, it's... Acid gas is maybe a little... I mean, we have 4 trains coming in. Five trains is the most that Cyberson will dispatch anyway because of what our, like, top-up capacity is with these 2 tanks. So if we need more trains coming, we're going to have to upgrade the buffer again, which is fine. I can drop another tank there if we need to. Anyway, let's get super steel built. I think I have space to, like, triple cobalt oxide without coming too far south. And I also do have space to grow it south a little bit if I need to. At least a couple more buildings. So I think we're good as long as we keep super steel, like, below this line here. Kind of where, well, it looks like cobalt oxide should stop and super steel should start. Then I think we can just do super steel here. All right. So super steel is just a couple of smelters to start with. So it's really about belt routing here, isn't it? All right. Well, in that case, let's get our other solid drop-off in place with the other things that we're going to need as our inputs. Since this is all pretty much going to be about belt routing. Molybdenum. sand castings and aramid. The castings and the aramid fiber are used for making the solid super steel plates out of the molten. And then this needs 3 fluids. If I felt like being thrifty with stations, I could just hook it up to this. But I think we have plenty of space here, so why bother messing with it? We will keep them isolated. Keeps everything a little bit cleaner when I don't let multiple builds kind of commingle like that, and it makes it easier when I'm looking at the CyberSyn tracker, when I can see a station and understand what it's the inputs to, and I have found that when I share them, I can't figure out what the heck I'm looking at. All right. Oh. Apparently I needed that there. Sweet. So now I think we could take our 2 smelters, and if we do these kind of way out here. Oh, I can't put that power pole there. Darn it. Thought I was being so clever. In that case, I think these want to go actually next to each other. Because it's going to be off-center anyway. There we go. That's the layout. Sorry, I had to think, and that's always a dangerous game. And then we've got 2, 4, 6 total items coming in here. Yeah. Why am I holding on to 2 efficiency modules? You think one of the smelter builds earlier I misconnected something? Let's find out. Was it something with the stainless, or was it something here? This looks okay. These are both running. The stainless was copy and paste. See, whoops. Seems okay. You think it was down cobalt? Cobalt wasn't smelters. But one of these things. That's all green. Oh. At some point, I'll be wondering why the heck I'm bottlenecked on something, and we'll find the bug. That's how it works. All right, so this needs the molybdenum and the niobium. Yes. Molybdenum and niobium. And then everything else comes from here. Titanium, vanadium pentoxide, silicon, and cobalt oxide. So other than the titanium definitely needing to be on the inside lane, because we need 2 in each of these, everything else is low enough quantity that it doesn't necessarily matter, I don't think, where any of it goes. So titanium, we'll go with, why not, silicon. It's the other thing that's here right now, so. And then, are we getting our other deliveries anytime soon? So vanadium pentoxide I know is funky. Oh, and the cobalt oxide we're still working on getting ready for delivery. So no, we're not getting either of those anytime soon. And that's fine, and that is expected. We just can't use filter helper if we haven't gotten our delivery yet. And that always makes me sad. Cobalt oxide and vanadium. And I think that's pretty much it. I gotta finish all the pipe routing, but yeah. Vanadium pentoxide. I mean, we should have some vanadium pentoxide, right? Uh-oh. Oh, this stage also... Whoops. I found a bug. So there's a few of these stages that output a little bit of vanadium pentoxide. Like this stage does. And this stage does. The bulk of it comes from this final stage. Apparently, stage 4 also outputs a little bit of vanadium pentoxide. So I need... that. Cool. I'll go up and fix that in a second. Let's finish getting this built up, and then we'll go out and we'll go fix vanadium. Cool. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this super steel up here. Yeah, we're going to take it up this way. I'm trying to keep everything clear to the... It was at the ferrochrome plants, you think. Those looked like they were both running fine. Oh, I do have a pipe that's in the wrong place. But it is also correctly connected. Because there's duplicate inputs. I think I did fix something with this as well. Like, I realized it was wrong and adjusted it. But yes, it is weird, but it is functional. Brain just had a lag and didn't say anything until I saw you put it down. No, I get that. Sometimes you just don't process what you're seeing. Okay, I think this is, well, no, I need one more output. Let's finish the build entirely, and then we can go fix other things. I mean, I say I'm going to finish the build entirely. Since I don't have half my inputs, it's hard to tell if the build is actually finished entirely. But we're going to have confidence in ourselves. We're going to believe that we didn't do this just totally wrong. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. And then the hot air. And then lastly, this wants, yeah, sand castings and aramids. And I still don't know what these two efficiency modules are supposed to be for. They are bonus efficiency modules. Okay, I think that's good. Obviously, we can't start making this until we actually have the molten, and we're not going to make the molten until we have the cobalt oxide, which is running just kind of slowly because sulfuric is still an issue. But it's getting there. And then the vanadium pentoxide, which I do have to go fix. because that's been broken since the other day when I touched it last. Fortunately, vanadium pentoxide is right here. And the fix is already ghosted. And the machines are turning on. There we go. Oh. That was frustrating. But this shouldn't take too long to fill up, especially since it hasn't been running. We might even have a little bit of a buffer of arthropod blood. Let's just make sure that this is looking... Ooh, advanceable parts are broken. Nylon, you say? All right, we'll check nylon in a second. Yeah, that's wrong, but I think all the rest of these are fine. Yes. Yep, I think it looks fine. Okay. What's going on with nylon? What's going on with nylon might be that I haven't touched it since I first built it, and this is tiny. Yeah, we make 1.2 nylon a second. I'm gonna bet that's not enough. Titanium we don't need to worry about. Super steel I just did. This is the stuff for Zip Mark IIs into military science. Okay, we can do the upgraded... No, we can't do the Dilmo stuff yet. Yotoi is gated behind military science. Dilmo stuff is gated behind the neuroprocessors. Yes, we need to look into that. But we're going to fix things first. All right, if we check ingredients for nylon, this is going to be hilarious. We're going to see how far behind my nylon production really is. Well, we're not doing high-tech circuit boards yet. So I can... Whoops, I just closed that. I can pretend that we don't have to worry about that nylon, although we are going to have to scale up again. So, all right, 0.2. That's... Oh, 2 nylon parts. Yeah, let's include nylon parts in the list. Oh, this has nylon and nylon parts in it. Okay. Yeah, so we're way screwed up. Let's start with nylon parts demand, and then we'll... So 2 nylon parts. Another 2 for the next tier of circuit board, although that's not totally finalized yet. So yeah, we'll call it 4 nylon parts that we need, and we're currently making 1. So that's a problem. These can be prodded at least. And then on top of that, 0.2, 0.6, 1.4, 2.0, plus another 2 is 4. Okay. Plus another 1 is 5. So... yeah. That is indeed the problem, is we need a lot more nylon. So this makes what? 6/10 times 1.2. So 5.76. So I think if I set this to 4.96. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly 8. Because I did some rounding up at all the stages of this, so, like, this is fine. Okay. I mean, I think this is going to be fine. I'm concerned about the benzene in. I think we should have enough ammonia these days, chlorine. A lot of the fundamental stuff like that, I have taken the time to make sure that I have more of. So I'm inclined to just build this, and if we start running out of ammonia or benzene or whatever, we can deal with it after the fact. Because otherwise I'm going to fall into the, like, I need to rebuild half of my dependency tree to my theoretical demand again, and I don't really want to do that today. But nylon is obviously a bottleneck. I need advanced small parts, so let's just get this upgrade done. All right, in the meantime, what have we got here? Resveratrol. Oh, I need a pulp mill Mark II. That probably just needs to be in the allow list. Yes. Also the Mark I, apparently. Apparently I've been living off of old pulp mills from the old mall. What are all the washers? Oh, that's for, sorry, these things. Yeah, for the nylon. I was like, why is it suddenly making a bunch of washers for me? This is... Oh, we don't have the Mark II artificial reefs. Is that just a mall allow list issue? I think it is. Now we'll get those going. Yeah, automated factories are not a big deal. It'll figure those out just fine. How are we doing on mall slots? Oh, we're only using like half of the capacity. We're okay. Just want to make sure when I'm running a bunch of stuff that we don't get deadlocked. It is possible for the mall to get deadlocked. It very rarely should, but it is possible. Well, actually, it's more possible now than it used to be because of some of the other changes that I made. If you were to request a bunch of things, a bunch of different things, or a bunch of one thing that have, like, deeply nested dependencies, it's definitely possible for it to get itself deadlocked. Yeah. It's never happened. I've never not had the capacity to build dependencies and have them all be blocked up on that. So so yeah, resveratrol we should be able to do soon. Can we just do everything that we need for the zip 2s, the resveratrol, the zip 2s, the stone wool upgrade? I think we can. Yeah, I don't think we're blocked on any of this stuff at this point. So let's get nylon done first, because again, this is currently broken. And then we'll go from there. The other thing that I need to figure out is the neuromorphic chips, which might be a total hassle. And are these used in... They're used in buildings. They're used in Mark III. Oof. Really? There's not that many AL buildings that use these things, and the Dilmos are one of them. That's just mean. When you get up to the next tier, sure, like blue tier stuff, but a red tier building that uses the neuromorphic chips. Yeah, and a bunch of advanced modules. Oh, and we do need them in blue chips as well. Okay, so we are going to need a lot of neuromorphic chips. So it's worth our time to figure out... Yeah, the electronics Mark III need them, and the high-tech circuit boards need them. So we need to sort out our demand in those two, at least at a high level. The high-tech circuit board, and we do have blue mech parts as well turned on here. So if we trust how much work I've done on these tabs so far, and I have not finalized these sheets, we're looking at 0.14 neuromorphic chips there, plus... I don't see them. Oh, because I've got them as a separate thing here. So yeah, that's wrong. This is going to be broken out, but 0.1 for the blue chips. So that's like 0.24, 0.25. Okay. But yeah, let's pull the neuromorphic chips off of this, because that is going to be its own tab, and let's just pull that out. It's going to be like 0.25 a second. $3.75. Do I go up to just 4 machines? Well, wait. They're going to have to be prodded. 4.55. Yeah, do I go up to 5 machines worth? Probably. Each of these is what? $1/15 times 0.75 times 1.1 times 5. 0.275? Hey, there we go. And that gives us 2.75 data arrays. What is this pulling in that I'm going to hate? Everything. I hate all of this. We need to expand electrolytic caps, almost certainly. I know I'm doing the bare minimum for those. I don't know what we're doing next, matrix-wise. Vacuum is on set. Oh, look, another 2.5 nylon parts. Did I account for that? I think I accounted for, like, 2 in this build. Yeah, but this is down to 1 now, and we're at 2.5. So that's another 1.5 nylon parts that are not accounted for. Cool. Yeah, and that means that we're going to want, like, 9 mixers here worth of... So 5.28 might be the new magic number. Yes. Okay. Whatever. This is still fine. We'll grab the new shopping list here. We'll update that. That's only a couple more buildings that have to be built. Yeah. That'll be fine. That'll get done quickly. And then the neuromorphic chips. We'll need to take a little bit more time in YAFC and figure out what we have to scale up here. Biofilm might be fine. That is a lot of optical fiber, which might mean that we have to scale up whales. Nanocrystal and cellulose, I'm not sure how much we're making there. Yeah, all of this is going to need evaluation. Let's get nylon upgraded. Let's get the zip tube reader set up, as well as the upgraded stone wool that goes with it. This is sucking down a lot of stone wool on its own, isn't it? This is like half per second. Do we do another like third again as much here? Why not? Gives us a little more breathing room. Okay. So yeah, we'll fix nylon. We'll set up the zip upgrades and the zip breeder. And then we can spend some time in YAFC figuring out the neuromorphic chips and what we're going to have to upgrade for that. The problem is that a lot of that is also stuff we're going to have to upgrade for Mech Parts 2, or sorry, Mech Parts 3 and Circuits 3. So it's going to be just some time deep in the spreadsheets to figure out what we actually need to build. All right. So stone wool is up here, right? Yeah, that's an easy upgrade. I'm not worried about that at all. Especially if we're switching to electric boilers. Where's nylon? Nylon's like way bottom left somewhere, isn't it? Literally the opposite corner of the base from me. I think we can do this on site here as well. It'll be a little funky, but not terrible. Yeah, this is going to be a rebuild, but like we have room to do the nylon in a column and then the nylon parts in another column below it. So we'll just do it in the same place. No big deal there. And then what is this one? Oh, the resveratrol. Yeah. That is Other than needing to collect, 300 Yotoi aloe. I think is going to be fine. Yeah, there's nothing jumping out to me in this build. That's going to be difficult. And then same with the Zip 2 breeder. Yeah, it's nice that this is, the way this is kind of set up is we have various like chunks of inputs, which is going to make the stations easy to deal with. Like we got the stuff at the bottom to make the codex, and then we've got substrate, fish, wool, filters, and then we've got, well, everything else that feeds into the actual zip ears. cDNA, bioscaffolds, resveratrol. Oh, animal samples. Ugh. All right. Yeah, we got to make those on site too. Ew. That's just obnoxious that we need animal samples anywhere other than in science. All right. That's fine. I've got some logic already wherever I'm already making animal samples, which is apparently in two. Well, no, that one's not real. In one place. Yeah, this is direct fed from here, but I think I can copy and paste like the... Nah, maybe I want to do more complex logic. But the thing with this is that normally I try to be like, we only want to request the spoilable ingredient when we have everything else available. But in this case, we have like 4 different spoilable ingredients. So we kind of have to just request them all. It's a little funky. Also, what is this 1 speed module, 1 efficiency module nonsense? Yeah, and then this machine, well, really the inserters, but it doesn't matter, is gated on there being enough animal samples in the sushi belt loop. Yeah, here there's a sushi belt loop for some of the ingredients. And I guess we'll have to do something similar with the Zippier breeder, where we turn this on and off. Otherwise, this is going to make way too many animal samples, and it's just going to... they're just going to spoil. So yeah, we'll gate this somehow. We can try not to request the spoilable things until everything not spoilable is available. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. Not super annoying. Like, not nuclear processing annoying. Just a little finicky to set up. It's a lot for an AL module upgrade. They all feel like a lot. But this one in particular feels like a lot. That's a hard mode thing, by the way. Normal Pi does not have zips in military science. And if we didn't need the zips for military science, we would not really need to do that push to upgrade the modules for them. But we do need the zips for military science, so we do need to upgrade them. Hey, milestones. First super steel. I guess I just take the ash right out of this because there's not enough for a delivery. And we're no longer making any. Yep, this just needs its boilers now. And there they are. Sweet. That is a lot more. It's like 2.5 times as much rock wool. Is this not quite running full speed? No, those inserters are not keeping up. Oh, there's probably not enough stone coming in, is there? Yeah, 10 a second. Lol. But let's change this then. Let's change a lot of this, honestly. Let's just redo this whole thing. So we'll do a whole belt of stone in. Each of these needs 2.5. That's just one inserter. Then there's also going to be a coke belt, which we will pull through separately because we're going to use a lot less coke now that there we go. That should be able to keep up now. And efficiency modules, and I am reasonably happy with that. Seems like they're running consistently now. I mean, we're still making tiny amounts, but whatever. All right. Stone wall upgraded. Nylon next. Nylon is the opposite corner of the freaking map. Where's the steam coming from? Electric boilers? Yeah, they have connections on the top. Yep. The pie buildings covering their pipe connections is a classic Pyanodons thing, unfortunately. Hey, cotton guts are still running. That's a miracle. No. We're fixing that. We are fixing that. Jeez, I missed a whole bunch of this path. How have I not noticed this? I probably have noticed it, but thought that I was, like, not quite aligned correctly and I was hitting the trains. Because I don't know if it's because Squeak Through adjusts the hitboxes, or if there really is just this little space I can, squeak through. But with this track layout, I can just barely run next to the train tracks, and I won't quite hit the trains or the power poles. But it is snug at best. All right, I need 9 of these. Well, apparently 10 is what I got. I don't know why I got 10. Oh, probably YAFC thinks I need like 9.001. So the shopping list has the extra one. Yeah, the shopping list has the extra one, even though it's rounded. Okay. I only want to make 9 of these. I guess I could make 10. But I mean, I may as well. I've got them all. So that would be... Just make sure that I update the YAFC chart. This is... nylon. Interesting. I don't think I had fully appreciated that there was a second nylon recipe. It does not. Well, I mean, maybe. I do have a lot of phenol now, because I'm doing a lot more cumene distillation for organic solvent. It is ad break o'clock again. That snuck up on me. I am going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate, and I will see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll get this finished up. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. What are we doing? We're working on nylon here. So, I think we just need to bring in, bring out the nylon and bring in the chromium. So that'll be the output. And then input can be this. And power everything. Okay. And the rest of the fluids here, I guess I should hook up. Let's do the ammonia and the chlorine, which is in just the most awkward position. Cool. Stuck train. I'll look at that in a second. It's probably just me changing a station and not correctly hooking up something. Nichrome at 2 a second should be fine. I mean, we'll make this one inserter. Could go one. That's true. I could go one machine down. Pull it out right here. Actually, and then if I wanted it to be consistent, I would do it on all of them. That is nicer. Although when I do stuff like this, it almost makes me just want to cut the top machine and drop it at the bottom of the pile instead. Let's do that. And then here, we split this. No, we prioritize right. Because that goes to... I never seem to use the flip feature. I do sometimes. When I have enough buildings that I want them, like, symmetric, I will do flips. These ones are flipped. My sulfuric acid is all flippy. But a lot of times I just build stuff in single columns, so I don't end up doing it. But when builds get big enough, and I need to add the second column. Let's see. Automated factories now. Doing nylon parts. Oh, that is just not enough inserter capacity. These ones, you can't prod, so they're still Mark 1 buildings. 0.2 in, 1 a second out. Power. Well, actually, if I want to match what I got going on there, we'll do powered here. In, out. And we're making 6 a second, so that should also be fine with 2 blue inserters. Cool. That is probably fine. And that should give us 6 nylon a second now and 6 nylon plates a second now. All right, what's going on with this train? That's a weird spot to be. Oh, it's fuels again. All right. This will fix itself shortly as soon as this diesel is gone. I mean, I can replace this one with the other version, which gets less stuck because it tries to be less clever, or rather, tries less to be clever. I got cute with these circuits and I have some race conditions in them, but unfortunately, I also do still seem to have like a 1-tick race where Cybersyn can still dispatch trains wrongly, even with the fixed version. So, I've been caring less about fixing that. And in new builds, it's no longer an issue because we have the new big ol' centralized fuel oil production. And everything new that needs fuel just has a fuel oil input as a normal fluid input. So we don't need to do anything special with the fueling at all. It doesn't have to be a special kind of station anymore. The sushi fuel is a thing of the past. Okay, I guess back to the mall to grab whatever I need for the next project. It did look like that station was burning fuel down there, so that fuel train will get itself unstuck. Lol, this is still here. This should surely be empty by now, right? As empty as it's gonna be? As empty as it's gonna be. This is totally empty. This is totally empty. Okay, let's clean this up. You know what? I should just I will just replace the entire rail blueprint here to fix all the signals. Ooh, okay. We will have to come back here and clean some of this up, but okay, I need to fix that. It's already stalling trains because that's all one big rail segment at the moment. Actually, that doesn't need to be a... Does it? No, it doesn't. Sweet. More random old stuff cleaned up. What the heck? Wait, really? This hot air was feeding this lead build? What is wrong with me? Why am I like this? I think I must have had a different, sorry, I accidentally did a force place there, and the, we overwrote some... There we go. I was just trying to get all the signals in the right places again. Overwrote some rail with the signals, so had to undo real quick and use a less aggressive force place. All right. That is all cleaned up, other than needing to, at some point, deal with this, but that's a problem for another day. Cool. And that's more, well, there isn't really a lot of space available here to do anything with, unfortunately, but it's nice to have old, unused builds erased, so that feels nice. All right, I think we're doing resveratrol and the Zip2 breeder next. And then we will spend some time in YAFC trying to figure out what we need to upgrade in preparation for neuromorphic chips. And we will try to take into account as doing that the things we're going to need for Circuit 3 and Mech Parts 3. But again, if I feel like I'm getting too far into the weeds of Circuit 3 and Mech Parts 3 and we're too many yaks deep, then we're just going to accept that we might have to upgrade some things more than once. And that's fine. This is why we build everything such that it can, like, reasonably scale these days, and we just move on with our lives. But the bots are going to take a hot second to deal with my inventory. I could probably help them out with, like, the ash that needs to leave. Yeah, we're sitting on some extra rails, which I suppose we can throw into storage, some extra combinators. Just because I disassembled a bunch of stuff, so... I mean, there's always something, but I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm sitting on a lot of extra belts. That's fine. We'll use those. We always need belts. What is... Oh! There's still a bunch of bots that were dispatched to me to collect the ash. And they're literally all coming to me, realizing the ash is gone, and then going off to do something else. That's going to be like every bot in the mall. Because I had so much ash in my inventory before I hand dumped it. So the only thing that looks blocked crafting-wise is these guys, blocked on the neuromorphic chips. Which apparently we need 46 of. Here's a question. Do I have... Yes, okay, well, I have 100 zips. How many zips do I need to run this thing? 68, okay. So yes, I can grab those zips. Oh, I'm glad we're doing trits too, because we're probably gonna need these when we upgrade glass fiber. Yeah, science is running well. That is fantastic. Nearly 30 SPM, which is... I know not that much science, but it certainly feels like a lot when you're in Pi. What gets a speed module? Oh yeah, 1 speed module for the bioprinter. Okay. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and do resveratrol then. And grab the stuff for the zips as well. Where am I going to do those? I've been doing a lot of my alien life stuff down here, but I've also been doing a lot of my... I've got a couple of, like, module breeders up here, because up here is near the mall. And near the mall is where I need to grab modules. So maybe we squeeze the zip breeder in here, but resveratrol will go somewhere else. I don't really have an obvious spot for the zip breeder here, though. All of this territory, kind of south of the current extent of the mall, plus some stuff that goes east of it. I want to save this space for adding more input and output stations for mall logistics and for extending the belt mall. So, like, when we want to set up blue belts, we're going to want to set up blue belts on the belt mall, not in the bot mall. And that means that they're going to have to be, like, here. Every once in a while, we get something new that needs to go in this portion. And the bus grows ever larger. Yeah. So, it looks like there's lots of space to build stuff here, but there really isn't, is what I'm saying. I'm holding that for a reason. So... I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do. There's a lot of dead space here, but it's kind of hard to avoid. I mean, you could maybe be running some stuff up through here, but there's also a lot of resource rocks around this area, and they get in the way. All right, anyway, resveratrol is going to be down here somewhere. That kind of goes without saying, because this is where we're doing all of our current expansion. So we will find a spot somewhere around here for the resveratrol build, and I might just do the zips over here too. Or maybe I'll find a spot over here, because I have to come over here to grab the zip modules. So... But I don't really want to have the module breeder all the heck the way over here. Like, it would be nice for it to be near the mall. So maybe over here somewhere. Maybe we can go... Well, we got this lake here. Over here. This isn't too far from the mall. Or down here. Maybe we can squeeze it in, like, between the lakes here. A little zippier peninsula. Is it a peninsula? It is a peninsula. It is disconnected. It wants to be an isthmus, but it's not. Anyway, let's do resveratrol. Fluid trains. All right, we might have to add a few more trains. I added 20 solid trains the other day, so doesn't really surprise me that the fluid trains are now a little sad. Seems like we're right on the edge of keeping up. Like, the dispatch is sometimes lagging behind, but not super badly. How's my TPS? Ooh. We've done it. We've finally fallen below 60. But why? It's only like 2 on script update. Entity update for... Train trails aren't that bad. I don't know how I could feel this being at 53 versus 60, but I could feel it. Inserter is 1.6. Yeah, where's the time going? Transport lines, 0.3. That's not bad. Fluid flow is 1. Entity update is 4. So between fluid flow and entity update, we're already up to like 5. Which is like half of our time. Of entities, inserters are the worst ones, but they're like tied with assembling machines. I can maybe reduce inserters by trying to use loaders instead in some places where I'm getting a whole belt in or out, but I need to turn some things off because this is covering too much. Is that the one I want to turn off? Yeah. Yeah, frame cycle is 19 milliseconds. The actual render is 2. Render preparation is taking... Here we go. Script render preparation is almost all of our time. We're spending a lot of time in prepare, which I don't like. The render itself is, I mean, fine. I'm gonna be sad if Train Trails finally, like, broke something. Can we... Look at that. Train Trails was spending not a lot of time in update, but a lot of time in render prep. We were up to over 6 milliseconds on Train Trails. Oh, that's so sad. I can't turn the Train Trails off during June. That's a travesty. All right, maybe we could do this. At least get a setting for them that's a little less aggressive. Gotta use more beacons to reduce the entity count? Yeah. Well, with how much of my render time is spent on Train Trails, I don't know if it matters. Oh, we do have a performance mode. Oh, we could reduce their frame rate. Okay. Let's try that. Let's just try that. Yeah, we're gonna see the render time tick up. Render prep. But if we're staying under... I can definitely see the difference in the trails. Like, they look worse. But we're back to 60, so... Priorities. I don't know how well it comes across on stream, but I can see a little bit of like judder in the train trails. Can I do resveratrol here? I think I can. Yeah, because it's only 3 stations. Organic solvent, Arcot honey, and ooh. Well, no, I think I do have flavonoids available now. I know I made some changes to them. I think they still are sort of being made at PySci 2, but now they export. Yeah. Little bit funky. We'll deal. And then the solid drop-off for everything else. This needs... this is gonna need a warehouse if I want to do everything in one... Or, sorry, deposit. If I want to do everything in one station, because we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs. Nexolite plate, chromium, and glassware. Yeah, so... The gravel goes off on its own and hooks up with the Yotoy. Oh, I forgot to grab Yotoy as modules, didn't I? I did. Alright, we gotta go grab those. Ugh. Well, while we're here, since we're going back to the base, let's take the opportunity, lay some track. Always be laying track. That's... And that way this will be connected and I have a better route through to where the mall is. Is this all gonna work here, though? That one squeezes by. Oh, are we gonna squeeze between them? We're not. Not even a little bit. I guess we can cut north here. And then do we just zig one more time? Or do we want to go north a full block and then zig? Oh, no, if we just zig one more time, we're going to hit this. So yes, we go north a full block and then zig. And this takes us right past the tip of the lake, which is pretty much perfect. What did I do? I put something in the wrong spot. Something was misaligned. Yep. Still wrong. No global grid snaps? No, I never got everything aligned to a global grid snap. They're set up with local grid snaps, but... Usually it's not a problem. Yeah, we gotta just tear all this up. Because I don't know where I screwed it up. We'll take it to here. And if it aligns with this corner, then it was probably just pasting in the woods that I was off by a couple. If that corner is messed up, then I don't know how far back the mistake goes. I don't know how far back the mistake goes. Ugh. I mean, I should be able to see it at some point, right? I mean, we just come all the way back here. Because surely these are all on grid. Some hitching there as it tries to repath the trains every time I touch anything. Boy, this is all wrong. What the hell? What did I do? Where is it off? Oh no. Oh no. That's the same offset that I found. But it's wrong. To here? Which means this is wrong somehow. That can't be right. Well, maybe. I mean, here, let's start at this end. That looks fine from, well, let's start from here, actually. Obviously fine. Good. We just get our ruler on each of these. Good. Wrong. Oh, wrong. There it is. Okay. So when I readjusted everything around this dinosaur bone, I misaligned the grid. So it's wrong from this and this are both one tile to the right, or one rail tile, two normal tiles to the right. Okay. That is manageable. Yeah, I'm gonna move this. Ooh, and of course, I did something. I guess when I deleted a bunch of this, I did not delete the signals. But yeah, if I just move that to where it should be, that power pole, then it's just those two neighborhoods that are misaligned. And that is sad, but manageable. We can accept that those ones are just off a little bit. Don't even notice unless you know. Morning, Ranged. What time of good morning is it for you? Isn't it like 3 in the morning or something? Two. Oof. What did I do here? Why are all these off so much? Oh, I guess when I erased this, I did a bad job. Wait, I did something wrong here. All right, let's just clear all of these. Let's try this again. I know what I did. I aligned the vertical to this one, not the full outboard one, so it was not aligned to the grid. That's the vertical piece. That's the horizontal piece. Okay, we're back on grid. As previously established, your sleep schedule is non-existent. Yeah. How come I didn't set up the global grid snaps? I don't know. Yeah, the signals are janked because I copied and pasted. I didn't delete them correctly. I need to do that and then repaste. Oh, ones here are all janked too. All right. I don't remember why I didn't try to do the global grid snaps. I think I just had never done them before, and I didn't feel like learning them, and now it's too late. Well, it's not too late, but it's never really too late. The only thing that's offset, these two are offset relative to the global grid by two tiles, by one rail tile. Because I had to manually rebuild this segment of rail around this ancient remains. And I just was off by one when I pasted these down next to it. So everything from this back is all realigned. But this I'm not changing because, like, there's big builds here. So I'm just accepting that those ones are off and moving on with my life. Am I out of rails in my inventory? I'm out of rails. Okay. Are my tracks shifted over from the main grid? I don't know if I know what you're trying to ask. I mean, I can show you the blueprint. Right. I mean, in theory, they are set to relative snap, so, like, I can drag them. So they are all offset to be griddable. I just don't know what the global offset needs to be to actually be able to make this absolute. So it is relative. Yeah, just go to a random section that has track and then adjust this until it's correct. Because, yeah, I have no idea what, like, the actual global grid is relative to where I'm positioned. Oh, is there a hotkey to shift it without having to open the print and adjust these? Alt and directions. Cool. What are the chances that that does something in my window manager when I try to do that? I'm always scared about alt anything. Oh, WASD, yeah, okay, those ones are probably safe. Not alt arrow keys. How much Yotoi do I need? 396. Yeah, I should align them to the global grid. I think I also, and I should just have experimented with it and learned how it worked, but like, because these tile on an overlap, I wasn't sure how this would behave with the global grid. It should be fine. I assume they designed it so you could do stuff like this, but... Because, like, this works correctly if I just drag and drop this. Offset them right one tile, you think? The square needs to be centered. Ah. But if the square needs to be centered for it to work correctly on the global, that doesn't work here because this is an odd number of rails. So I guess I would just need to add another rail at the end to have overlap on both ends. Oh, you can have the rails off grid? It accepts that? So if I did like minus... No, it's minus 40 here. It would be 1 here. Oh, cool. So it would be like this. And then the grid is... can I zoom in on this view? Of course not. That would be too easy. But yeah, I could see the center there. The total on rows 2 and 3 needs to be even. Okay. When on global grid snap. Okay. That makes sense. So if we're off by 1 here, then the absolute also needs to be off by an even amount, an odd amount, so that the net is even. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I have some other changes that I've been avoiding making to my rail blueprints, so that is a good thing to try to do the next time that I mess with them. Let's see if we can get in, get some rails, and get out without the bots. Oh, I'm also going to need rail signals. Let the bots bring me some basic stuff. But I do not want to be here all day. And where is... Hopefully I have enough signals and rails and asphalt to get everything else pasted down as I'm moving. All right. So for resveratrol, oh, we're already halfway done with the build for the resveratrol. That's right. It's going on right here. And why are we? Oh God. This is fine. What did I set my requests on this to? 30 stacks of everything? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, bottles are coming. Next plate is coming, and sure. So, how do I want to try to make this work? We are going to have an arithmetic combinator, which is going to multiply each signal by -1. So anything that is... Yeah, anything that is negative should become positive on the output. Yes. And then once we have our final delivery, I should be able to put inserters here. I'm going to need to adjust this power pole. But these are all going to be set to set their filter based on this. And then they should just keep this topped up with whatever gets drained from it and just eventually migrate all of this contents into here. Not my first time making this mistake and filling up a chest with 10 deliveries of the same item. All right, gravel. Oops. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No. I accidentally grabbed more out of this than I meant to. I misclicked. And it just tried to dispatch more trains to deliver more stuff. And we do not need that. Oops. What we need is for all of these to set their filter. And then we can put this one back. And slowly but surely, we should see them just migrate everything into here. All right, it is at break o'clock again. It has been another hour. As usual, I'm going to step away and get some water while the ads run. I will see everyone in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, this worked. All of these stopped. So yeah, these will just top up whatever the inputs are as they're needed. That's fine. Gravel comes out. That is our first thing here. We are going to have Yotoi orchards. Making fruit. And the gravel comes in. We also need... Limestone and soil. Okay. So that is 1 there, 2 there? Yes. Oh, right. I haven't actually hooked water into it yet. That gonna be enough? Yeah, plenty. And then these things pull in just very little of everything. There we go. So that will bring in the Yotoi fruit, which needs to be combined with everything else that comes out of this. So honestly, we should do more of like this kind of thing here. Yeah, 1.3 gravel, so that's plenty. And then our other 2 belts. We're going to have chromium, nexolite, glassware, and moss. All of that feeds into... Oh, we only have 1 pulp mill doing this. Okay. Not a big deal at all. I do want to be able to expand this. So, like, we're going to put this here-ish. What am I making? Resveratrol. Factorio, why are you like this? That will come to there. This one will do that. This will come, like, out here, and this will do something similar. I don't know. Something like that. Because I have room for belts in here, which I need... Sure. That is how many items coming in on that belt? 0.66. Yeah, that's fine with one of these. One of these. And then on the other side, we're going to have the moss and the glassware, which is like 1.5. And then our output. Sure. Now I just gotta figure out where all these fluids are coming from, which is up here for the most part. Oh, I've got organic solvent in 2 places. Okay, that makes this side a little bit cleaner. But this is still basically just this. Which one is this? This is whatever the red stuff is. Arcod honey. And then we're going to have flavonoids. And then we have organic solvent. And that should actually turn on and run? Yes. We've already got Yotoi expiring at the end, which was expected. And that's what this is going to be for. So we're going to have our output here for the resveratrol. And then we are going to need to extend this because I forgot that I was going to have spoiled Yotoi to deal with. So we need to make space for a couple more stations, which is fine. There's nothing else going on down here. And make room for the spoilage. How much of this am I making? 0.67 per second. Jeez. And this is a high priority station. Oh, I really should set it up as a void, honestly. Not that I think I have a Yotoi seed void, but in case I ever do, it will work automatically. I have learned that lesson. Always set up the voids. Cool. I believe that's it. That is resveratrol. And we still need more fluid trains, so When I see the alert more than once is when I start thinking, yeah, I should really do something about that. So I'm starting to think, yeah, I should really do something about that. All right, we want to do the Zip 2 breeder up closer to the mall anyway. So let's head up to the mall, and we can... maybe grab some trains, get them deployed. Yeah, we definitely need more trains. All right, bots. I see that I have locomotives. Oh, and the cargo wagons. Cool. They were quick.
Space. Space.
CapX, thank you so much for the follow. Let me, yeah, before I forget, let's just go do that right now. Otherwise, I will forget. I should move the Wall of Fame so it's in a more convenient location. I built it next to the crashed ship. But the crashed ship is really not the middle of my base anymore and has not been for a long time. Well, oh, I don't have that message on my, I have the wrong follow tracker. 1 second. Let me fix that. Let's see. Scenes. Where is it? I'm losing my mind. There we go. Now it says what it's supposed to say when I'm playing Factorio. Is that... no, that's the wrong number of letters. This side. There we go. Thank you again. I mean, obviously... I was going to say, clearly, that has demonstrated that I do not need the incentive to convince people to follow, but whatever. I've been doing it since I started doing this factory on stream a year and a half ago. I think we need to give time for the new trains to help catch up before I decide I need more. Because have they even all... Okay, they have all been fuel. Oh, except this one. This one that I apparently put just slightly in the wrong spot, where it couldn't get... There we go. Okay. What was I doing? We finished this, right? This is running? This is running. We have resveratrol. Before I lose my mind and forget what I built... Yeah, I mean, it's about just taking it day by day, right? And finding one thing to work on. And then realizing that the one thing you planned to work on is blocked on 3 other things and doing those things instead. But there's always little things that feel like progress when I'm playing Pi. I feel like we did more than just resveratrol today. We did. We have stuff up here that we did. What is this? Cobalt oxide, which is still blocked on sulfuric acid, by the way. So let's maybe double check sulfuric acid. And then this is super steel. Yeah? It's just called super steel. Ah, there it is. Super steel is blocked on presumably the cobalt. No, niobe. What? Oh. Yeah, that's just because I had a misfiltered inserter. Oh, I had an unfiltered inserter. Shoot. Yeah, that's just... That belt is full of crap. Okay. Yep. Let's go fix that, because I do want super steel to be running and accumulating, because we're going to need it in the future. And then after that, I think... Oh, whoops. I do not need more trains. Save those for the next time I need to add more trains. But I think just the 10 of them that I added will be fine. Oh yeah, and what's going on with sulfuric acid? Is that still just slow? Seems like there's still plenty of acid gas. Everything's green. Huh. We did have a drop. Also, our consumption was occasionally way higher than our, like, 32K production, so... yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, that is averaging more than our production, I think. It's pretty spiky, but... You know, if our production is here, that looks like more area above the curve than below the curve, doesn't it? I mean, production is maybe closer to here, but it's still not fantastic. Before that, we definitely didn't have enough. But you can also see that consumption has gone up. It's noisier, but this last, 2.5 hours, there's that upward trend in consumption that pretty much accounts for all of our new production. So I think we are maybe still not making enough sulfuric acid. But also, what was that blip? Did we run out of acid gas briefly? Maybe I do need to increase the acid gas input. I don't think we're regularly running low. Like, the statistics looked pretty good. But yeah, this is saying that we net lost, like, 500,000 sulfuric acid over the past 10 hours. Okay. So maybe I add another column to the sulfuric build. If I do that, I'm definitely going to need to increase the input buffer, but that's fine. That's manageable. Double the gas and add another column, yeah. Doubling the gas is overkill, but it doesn't hurt. What was wrong here? Oh, right. Misfiltered inserter. So just clear the belts. And that should be able to run again. Yay, it's going again. Okay. That is all that we needed. And then this thing should be turning on again. Yes. Interesting that it's blinking on and off. Because I thought I made exactly enough. Yeah, this should be consuming 50 a second, and we should be making 50 a second. I guess there's some pump lag and stuff. Yeah, that's probably it. So what's going to happen is, because of how the pump's speed works, we're going to buffer a little bit in here until there's enough that the pump can consistently push out 50 a second. And then this will run at full speed. It should reach that equilibrium. That's fine. That's just an issue while we're building up the buffers. Once everything has a buffer, that won't be a noticeable behavior anymore. Do we do another column of sulfuric? Do I have space to do another column of sulfuric? Just barely. I think I can do one more column here. I also do need to figure out... Oh no, refined syngas is doing okay now. These are running fine. Okay. Maybe it was just missing the... Because this was missing being flagged as high priority. So I wonder if things... And I don't think I have an actual void for refined syngas. So I bet something was pulling from dedicated refined syngas rather than from this byproduct. Because Cybersyn defaults to distance if priorities are the same. So that needed to be flagged as high priority for the syngas to actually get cleared. Which it now is. Do I need anything at the mall right now? I don't think I do. I think I just need to do this zipper build. Oh, I need to go... Shoot. Okay, if I'm going all the way across the base, then I will do more sulfuric. Since I have to run to that corner of the base anyway to get the Zipiers to be the modules for the Zipier breeder, we'll we will grab the chemical plants that we need, and we will upgrade sulfuric. As these shouldn't take too long to get made. Oh. Finally having logistics robot carrying capacity is so nice. Like, it is... The mall is noticeably faster. I knew it was going to be faster in theory, but it's amazing how quickly things, like, start crafting now. When you need fewer, half as many bots to do the deliveries. Getting more bot upgrades will be nice, especially if we can help them charge less often. But I think for that, it's going to be upgrading the actual robots. Which I do have the tech for, and we... Don't forget about the gas, yes. I think I do. Now that I have Super Steel, I think we have everything we need to upgrade to Bot Mark IIs. So, potentially, we can just set this up and upgrade all of our bots. It's going to be expensive. It's a lot of Nexalit batteries. But probably worth it. And then presumably they are used in the next tier. Yeah, it's just telescoping. It telescopes all the way up. Same with the construction bots. Yeah. Oh, and these guys start with a cargo capacity of 2, so we're going to go up to capacity 3. Cool. Let's see. I think we got everything there. I shouldn't need anything for the buffer, because that's just things that I keep in my inventory all the time. Could do something through here, maybe. I don't know. I wish that I had realized I wanted, like, a road through here before I put builds here. But I could probably rip out the raw fiber build. That's not a major build to change. And then zig this road, like, across the north end of this bay and then down and then over. And that wouldn't encroach on the lake too badly as far as giving me a path to cut through here. Because getting to this part of the base is always kind of the worst part to get to. The sort of central region doesn't have a good connector to the mall. Because of how the growth of the rail network happened, we kind of, this all came first. This was all built, all of this here was built before I even had rails coming around over here, and then before I decided that this was the corner to put the mall into. So I never really had a connection here. There's the connection up and over the top, which works for some things, but getting down to, like, this central part of the base is rough. All right, sulfuric, let's... 'Cause, 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 And then, I don't know. I guess 8 is probably, in theory, it could dispatch 8. At 210,000 requested, 25,000, yeah. This one. All right. That is another chunk of sulfuric acid going. This is 2/3 larger than it was at the start of today's stream. And I've been behind on it for a while, but I don't think I fully appreciated how far behind we were. 240, so this can also do up to 8 if it's full. I think that's fine. Nice. Efficient routing, Cybersyn. Train drops off acid gas, swings around, picks up sulfuric acid. Beautiful. Perfect. Love it. Get rid of that. All right, now I need modules for my artificial reefs. Those are down here. What am I doing with my stone? Mostly crushing it down to gravel. Like, we got this thing running. Which is, you know, a heavily stacked belt just dumping. Gravel becomes sand. Sand, I forget what I do, but there's... Yeah, it all just kind of gets crushed down. Probably ultimately the place that it ends up is at concrete for a lot of stuff, although we don't use a ton of concrete anymore. But yeah, you end up with a bunch of gravel and sand demand in like random weird quantities in random builds, right? Like the resveratrol that we just did. Need a little bit of gravel for the Yotoi on site. So like you end up having this like kind of just random supply of that stuff that's mostly being fed by byproducts, not from any dedicated production. And it mostly seems to work. Yeah, how are we doing on the sulfuric acid situation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 places want deliveries? Why do I feel like that's more than when we started? Like, more than before the first upgrade, I mean. How much sulfuric can this ridiculous thing do? I say ridiculous thing. It's not that many machines. It's only 40 machines. Okay, we're up to 600 sulfuric a second. That's not bad. Oh wow, I never tore this down. This antimony build has been defunct for a long time. Trying to use bi-headed trains. I kind of wish that I had used bidirectional trains because my train infrastructure takes up a ton of space, and you can use much smaller train stations with bidirectional trains. Then again, I've said this before, the whole point of my base was to be able to like zoom in on busy intersections and see all the trains zipping around. And it does work. I could stare at this for hours. My rail system is definitely inefficient, though. There are a lot of ways to need more trains. Do I need more trains, though? To be clear, there are 300 trains, of which it looks like about 200 are currently in use. Because I see 100 that are assigned to depot, so... maybe add some crash opportunities. So far, I have not had a single train crash, which... I mean, it's not like this is the first time that I've designed train intersections, but... it's impressive that I did not screw up my signaling at least once. By design, it's pretty hard for trains to end up going the wrong way, like once they are going the right way. Just because of... that should really be... chain signal at that one, because that is technically a little intersection there. Same on the other side. Once they're going the right way, it's hard for them to ever end up going backwards, like, given the rail layout, but stuff happens. Oh, I'm sure there were some wrong signals around. I don't know which version I gave to you either, because I've made changes to them a couple of times too. I think at one point I had very aggressively put chain signals like anywhere they might end up being used, depending on how you put the pieces together. Because like worst case, extra chain signals just slow down traffic. And then when I went through and redid them, I turned some of them back to normal signals. And now I end up putting chain signals in manually in a bunch of those same places that I used to have chain signals. Right, it would be places like here that I think my old version of the blueprints had chain signals. Also change your trains so they snap to grid. Yeah. Oh, dear. Well, apparently we're not building this here. Well, I say that. I could just go around the rock. Maybe I should just go around the rock. There's a setting in, I think it's a hard mode setting that lets you toggle between whether you want the resource rocks to be infinite or whether you want to be able to build stuff over them. So I have mine set to be infinite at the cost of not being able to build over them, which is why we get so many fun little rail setups around my base. You use too many powerful. More than our... I don't remember why I ended up with that many power poles. I think I wanted them to be an odd number so that you would have one centered in the intersections like this. And then this distance from the center to the edge is slightly too far for one connection. So you end up with one in the middle. There was a method to my madness. That might not be a good reason, but it was a reason, and it was my reason. Okay, so this is gonna mess with my ability to put... And my chair needs some lube. Yeah, I know that. That's a totally different problem. What am I doing here? This is going to be awkward as far as, like, arrival and departure stations, because we sort of have lost our usual positioning. Yeah. I mean, I can do one here. You know, take the exit of this station and loop it up around to here and reconnect on. But as far as the... Oh, God. Yeah, we have so much stuff that needs to go into this build. I forgot how much stuff came in here. So, yeah, we're going to have multiple stations that are doing, like, different sub-assemblies of this, and then it all kind of feeds together. So, like, animal sample is one station, pretty much. And then the zipper codex is one station. The phase 2 breeding is one station. Plus some fluids. That's... Fluid routing is fine. It's mostly the belts that I'm worried about. Because, yeah, substrate, filtration media, fish, and stone wool. Oh, and zip eggs. No, we make the eggs on site. Never mind. So, yes, 4 things. And then for the main Zipir 2 production, all of that, plus we bring in bioscaffold, cDNA, moss gene samples, and the resveratrol. So that's another station. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus a fluid station. Plus our output. Plus waste... Well, no, the output's not a station. Sorry. So 4 plus fluids in is 5, plus wastewater is 6, plus 2 decay is 7, 8. We need biocrud decay, and we need jerky out. And the animal samples do decay, but they decay back into plasmids. So that's fine. We just recycle the plasmids, no big deal. Ooh, what do we get? Solder stage 3 researched. Woohoo. Let's queue up a couple more things. Just keep it all queued up. We're gonna catch up on all of our missing research real quick here. Actually, yeah, there's only one more that I don't have from Chem that doesn't require military, at least. Yeah, and then we're up to stuff that's actually in Pi-Sci 3 again, and I have to start deciding what I want to do with my life. But this little detour into upgrading zip ears so I can get military science is... I do only have 3 artificial reefs. Okay. So yes, I am set up for there to be Zip Mark IIs in here. I shouldn't have done that. It just means that I'm going to have to upgrade this. Well, I mean, no, this is fine. Just means that this isn't going to run as well as it could. It's going to be more like this. Again, once we get our first 4 of them, the top recipe pretty much entirely takes over, and it's just looping. This bottom recipe is incredibly slow, right? 133 micro zip ears a second. I can set that to like per hour, and it will still be... Yeah. Half a zip ear per hour, and we need 4 of them. So we need 8 hours, probably, before we have a reasonable number of zips. Oof. Big oof. I should have set this up a long time ago. Okay. Let's, oh, actually... I think I am gonna wrap up here for now. I think this is a good stopping place. This is a big build, and it's gonna take more time to do than I necessarily want to commit to still streaming at this point in the evening. It's getting to be my dinner time, so I think I am gonna call it. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the new follows today. Thanks for everyone hanging out in the chat. The streams are always way more fun when there's people hanging out and talking, and always feels really good. So I do really appreciate everyone who watches and everyone who hangs out. If you find this stream on YouTube and you would like to come hang out, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And we'll be back tomorrow on Friday. I haven't decided if I'm going to be doing the Minecraft Skyblock or if it's going to be EmuROM Day. I kind of have more stuff I want to try in EmuROM, so we might be doing more EmuROM. All right. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see you next time.